Okay, welcome, everybody. It is another wonderful day. Sun is just blasting the earth right now with not a cloud in sight. Birds are presumably singing and the whatnot. Spring has begun and we get to make Hit Idol. Woo! Wonderful days. So, what have we achieved yesterday? I don't fully remember. I should write these things down. One thing that I know we've achieved, which I have in the off-stream time, I've tinkered some with it. That... keep the finger inside the camera view, don't break the illusion that this is a green screen. Oh no! That text speed setting, which I have given a it's not really a confirmation prompt, I call it a preview, just a little dialog box that doesn't say anything other than text will now move at this speed. Yeah, it would serve the same purpose no matter what its text would be, but I think that's cute. I think that's quite good enough. So that it used to be that all text moved at what we now call slow speed, which I think isn't too terribly slow, but my target audience... No, what I wanted to say was a bit rude. I am targeting not like first-time gamers. I'm targeting people who like a chill, thinky puzzle experience and who maybe are familiar with video games. You know, this isn't Farmville targeting people who have never used a computer before, though they are of course very welcome. I did intentionally never put any time limits in Hit Idol. There's no reaction stuff, you don't need terribly high mouse accuracy. Hell, it's for a reason that you can use space instead of the mouse button and control instead of the right and so on. And that reason is specifically to be accessible to people who might have trouble both pressing down a mouse button and moving the mouse accurately. This is also never specifically asked of you, but in poster artistry, when you scribble on the paper with crayons, you might want to make something pretty, and if it takes a lot of effort out of you to hold right mouse button and drag the mouse around, this is holding control and then moving the mouse with the other hand is a lot easier even for me, because you don't need to press down on the thing that you also want to move with precision. That's just physics. So the point I'm trying to get at is people read at different speeds, and while the game also will wait for you in every instance except one, at every point except the very beginning, where the entire point is that butterfly interrupts you while you are reading the opening letter. While the game will wait for you to be done and continue, if the text moves too fast for someone, then that can still feel disorienting and uncomfortable, which is why we now have this setting. Is frankly, even for me, like, faster speed is roughly 600-700 words per minute. That's beyond me, that is beyond humans, at least without a special setup where the word is always in the center of the screen and you don't have to move your eyes. So even for me, this is about comfortable. The text just leaves me behind and it's a bit uncomfy. We'll leave it at normal for now, which is already faster by a little bit than it used to be. Perfect. Now I need to do one more thing here, which is that the reset button currently does not change. Oh, I'm a genius! No, it does change it. Right, of course. Of course, it resets the text speed setting because it fully resets all settings. And because there is one place where the settings are recreated, whether the game detects that the settings file doesn't exist, or the settings just are missing a part because you're coming from an older version. It all goes through specifically there, and because I have put it in there to set the text speed, when you click the reset button, that very method gets called. And as such, that is how the value then gets set. So, what are we going to do today? I've got a few entries on my list. I think this save should be quite good. Yes, this one's good. So, I want to try. In poster artistry and in songcraft, for convenience, it has to be possible to reset what you've made. In poster artistry, there's actually a secondary point, which is that the game tracks what you've done on this paper, but because of technical stuff, blah blah, strictly speaking, this is a surface which gets this drawn onto it, and it is then also backed up into a buffer. If you don't know what those words mean, don't worry about it, it's not important. Which means, the point is, I can track that you have used a band name, but I can't perfectly well track whether you've done so now and then you've like painted over it, or if I gave you a white crayon or an eraser, you would be able to erase it, but I wouldn't really have a good way to track whether it's still visible or not, which is why, peek behind the curtain here, that is why you can't erase into white. You can only reset, like so, because then I know for a fact that whatever you've put on it is no longer there. Now, this works perfectly well enough, but the X here and in Songcraft we have something quite similar. I'm not sure it communicates well enough what's happening, and you'll have noticed there's a little confirmation dialogue in order to make sure that you don't erase work that you want to keep. Not that, yeah, you're not losing hours of work unless you're composing the most beautiful symphony in an idol club management game, which you certainly can. You certainly can, though I would advise against it. This music builder is not the most full-featured, I'll say. Most importantly, you can't do half-tone steps. But in order to make that clear, I want to remove this X button, and in its place I want to put up a trash can, which I would hope is going to communicate somewhat more clearly what's going on, what's going to happen. Ideally, I can even remove the confirmation, because the less that you need to talk to your user, the better, for a few reasons. One is just that if it is intuitively, visually understandable, that's perfect. It's because text is boring. We're not here to read. We have books for that. No, but seriously though, text is boring, and even patient people are just going to zone out, and they're going to figure they got it. So you want to limit your text, your explanations, to what really needs to be explained, so that you can be sure that the player is paying attention when they need to, instead of skimming over it. Yeah, if you're telling them, press the jump button to jump, and money is good, enemies hurt when you run into them, that's just going to teach them that the tutorials that you have for them don't matter, that they can be skipped without missing much of anything. So when you need to tell them something that isn't intuitive, and they really do need to know about it, they're not going to pay attention, and they're not going to know that they need to pay attention, which is bad. So don't. So let's get started with that. Now, for that, we need to go to these sprites. This is a purely odd job. Water break. Oh no. Everything's good. Everything's a-okay. Okay. So, about that, got a tiny bit distracted. So, this lives in Poster Artistry and Songcraft, where I have just baked these buttons into the sprite. How it works is that the object associated with this creates an invisible button that hovers on top of this X, and that invisible button is what triggers the behavior when it is clicked. So let's see, what have we here? This is on a grid of 7 pixels because it is 14 pixels across. Let's see, this is 1 and a square and 5. So that's 14. Yeah. And go back to, yep, 7 pixels to the shape, then it is 14 pixels across, and another 7 pixels to the edge. Excellent. So I figure we're just going to try our best to draw something. Now, how does one draw a trash can within 14 pixels? Very carefully is how. I'll just give it a shot. It is going to be black. Then, is there sufficient space here? Not really. Let's try just gonna put a box here on the trash can layer so that I can delete the X. Yeah. So we want something like this. We want to imply a I mean, there are multiple ways to draw this thing, of course, but like this we can imply a rounding effect. We can also make this 5 pixels across. Oh, go away, Spambot, I don't need you. Like that. Now, in order to round it out, obviously it needs to be something like this. So it needs to have a rounded bottom. I'm going for this classical American streets trash can, which I don't know if those are or ever have been really in widespread use, but hey, I'm sure we've all seen it on The Simpsons, so try for that. Likewise, so this needs to have a distinct lid, or it needs to not have one at all. Both are options. But I think give it a distinct lid is a pretty cool idea. I mean, this looks like a modestly decent treasure chest, which isn't what I wanted. Oh no, my lack of any and all drawing skills are catching up to me. Maybe it is too wide being square. Try pulling it together. That's starting to get somewhere. The thing is, in order to communicate there being a lid, it kind of needs to be, you know, distinct. Which means we have this much space. Let us use it. There. I don't think this is quite getting the idea across yet, but it's a thing that is covered. That's already quite good. I think the pattern here isn't doing me any favors. So what I'd like to try is to transfer the pattern into here. So, this. That's starting to get there. Starting. Not positive we are there just yet, still. Give it another like so. No. It needs to be clearly connected to the top. You know what? Instead of trying to draw this purely out of one's mind, I'm just gonna look at a reference point. For instance, boop. Now it's got a grip on top, and that already helps so much. And further, instead of this weird pattern, just do this. Yeah, I don't hate that. I don't hate that. Or maybe fully hollow it out. Ah, now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. We can also, of course, like I control the buttons. I can fully make it wider with the aim of making not either splitting this middle stripe, or I can split, or I can make the outsides wider. I don't hate it having 4 sections, but for that it would need to be something like this, which means it would have to be off-center, and I do hate that. Consequently, let's try the other thing. Let's try. There are 3 stripes, but they are evenly sized. Which means, let's look at this. This is 7 pixels to here, 14 to here, minus 3 pixels for lines. Naturally leaves us with 11 pixels to go around. So it does still have to be uneven. And don't like this at all, actually. This just looks like a briefcase. Okay. Well, fat middle stripe, don't like that either. This is kind of my favorite so far. Alternatively, with the wide middle, I don't hate this, and this would be centered. Or we can also try giving it one additional stripe, which would make it quite wide, but hey, bear with me on this. Come with me on this magical journey that is making the widest trash can imaginable. Or if we want to do that, it would be like so. No, don't love it. Listen, this is good. This, I think, does communicate what it wants to be quite well. So, we're just gonna keep that. until we change it later, which thankfully in the digital space there is nothing permanent, so we can always change it. And there is nothing so permanent as a temporary solution, of course. So let's do the same thing as we did previously with this copied, no selection, there. Now we can go to the controls layer and delete. Yeah, I don't hate that, I really don't. If I don't change the button, then it is going to mean that when you click on the handle, it's not going to delete the thing, but you know, is my response there. Now, this has 2 additional frames, well, frames of animation. It doesn't animate. This is just to more easily swap between different states, because these 2 frames are for Screamcraft, the variation of Songcraft, where... No, wait, this is for Escape Artistry. Right, that's where we are. That's what these 2 are for, where you need to draw a path between start and end, and I want to be nice and let you know when you have successfully done the thing, because this game's design philosophy is if you have figured out what you want to do, then I'm not going to stand in the way and make you guess whether you have actually achieved that. Like, if you found a way through the maze, then I want to tell you, yes, you've done it, or you're missing a pixel somewhere. No cheap shots here. Now, that's perfect. Let's put it in the game. Of course, everything that I draw is drawn at a teensy tiny resolution, so it needs to be upscaled first, so that it retains its pixely look of a by 6 resolution. 27 is 30 times 6 minus 18, that's 162. It maintains the look with the huge pixels that are literally a 6 by 6 square, but it can be drawn at its native resolution, which is important. I could, of course, draw every sprite at 6 times size. GameMaker does offer that functionality, but that would be a bother. It would introduce a bunch of weird issues, and then why bother? Just what you see is what you get, and what you get in this case is the sprite at its full size. Now, that's this. This still needs to be upscaled. It is a flip of the other, so this is again 162. Yeah, I don't hate that icon. That came out quite well, I think. Okay. Now we just need to reassociate this with the objects. So object drawing, nice controls. It is a pretty good idea to name your things the same thing. Like we have object drawing size controls, which uses the sprite drawing size controls. It's that simple. Otherwise, I too have some things that have differing names, but you should try to keep them in sync so that you know that if something is the same, then it is named the same thing. If it is something, if it has a different name, then it is not the same thing. It's something else. So, object playback controls. You have a sprite, that is sprite playback controls. There we go. Let's have a look, see at that in context. That looks really good, actually. Yeah. Now, the dialogue, of course, refers to the eggs, which is no longer accurate, and I think I'm just gonna toss it. Like, let me very quickly do some market research. No, that's silly. I'm not gonna do that, but you know, we can recognize that this is what it is. And even if you don't recognize it and then it goes and deletes what you've made, well, then you think, oh yeah, I feel silly. I should have recognized this was a trash can. Oops. Dramatization of the player after having clicked the trash can and not expecting what was going to happen. At worst, this is going to happen precisely once, I figure. Yeah. So the top of it isn't covered by button. I don't think that matters. So, consequently, conveniently, we are right where we want to be. Because when you click the button, currently it gives you a reset warning, and then it maintains a little timer of 10 seconds. If you press it within those 10 seconds again, then it will actually reset the sheet. Otherwise, if more than 10 seconds pass, I figure you probably don't want to reset the thing, and so we switch back to giving a reset warning. Now, all that is now completely unnecessary. We can delete all of that, delete this entire event, delete initializing the data, yeah. There. I would like to... I'll do that later, but I would like to play crumpled paper noise to communicate what's happening. In fact, you know, that just gives me another idea. What if the game literally spawns a crumpled paper object? The room that this is in is rather cramped, but that's actually not the worst idea. So what I'm talking about, to show it in the context, is each day or each week Butterfly practices practical disposal, which is everything that is no longer relevant gets crumpled up, and this is another goal for today. very intuitively you want to toss these paper balls around, but you can't. So I want to make it so that you can, and you can even toss them off the table. Now, I had planned for these to be purely here on the main table scene. That's what my idea had been, but maybe I make this more global. After all, I can put pretty much all that behavior inside the main crumpled paper ball, and then it doesn't matter where it is. It can be on any scene. So, let us do just that, actually. But before we go to that, one more thing, which is to first adjust the drawing size controls with the new reset button. And likewise, just like we did before, instead of playing a warning and all that stuff, we're just going to immediately reset the entire thing. Because, well, if you don't realize what's going to happen, that is really on you. The reset warning given is no longer needed. Here we are. So, put in a to-do here. Play crumpled paper noise and storm paper ball. There we are. So, I suppose. Now, let's think. I already have logic that spawns a paper ball in a random location along the edges of the room. This is here. Yes. This is right here. And I might want to just pull this up. So, yeah. Pull this up into object par room handler so that I have access to it from elsewhere, and also make a function that other objects could call. What I mean by that is currently this requires you to be aware of what screen you are on, and that is just the camera location. The main table room is 6 screens worth of space, and the camera scrolls between them. But that means that so far this has been purely for the room handler itself, and obviously the room handler knows that there are multiple screens, but that's not necessarily something that that any random object should need to be aware of. So what I want to do, and I'm just gonna do it right here, function create crumpled paper on current screen, which is going to have to take in a screen indicator. And what that does is any instance can call this to create a crumpled paper object on the screen that it is on. Is this greatly over engineering? Yes, because anytime this function gets called, it is going to be in smaller rooms where the camera can scroll, where there is only a single screen. But hey, indulge me, yeah? Find. I know that there is a function like that, which takes an instance and tells you which screen it is on. Do I remember what I called it? Do I ever? And GameMaker isn't going to be very helpful with this. Is it in maths? It is kind of. I think it uses calculate screen X. Yes, here it is. No. No, that's just playing the URL fallback. Huh? It appears that I have not done this. Yes, right. This is the function I'm thinking of, but this gives us back a string, which is not so helpful. But we can work with that. In fact, we can extend it to be slightly easier to manage. We can give this a secondary function. Function determine screen, because I don't want to change this function, because this is used in conjunction with structs, where I want it to be a string key. So I don't want to change that. I just want a secondary function that does something similar, but it instead gives me an object instead of a string. So that's, but that in so doing, I can call one from the other, of course. So screen equals determine screen with the instance, and then instead of having this in two separate variables, we just grab it as an object from determine screen, and this is just going to be a new position which goes X and then Y. There we go. This will continue working the same way it has previously, and now we can grab the screen as an object. So, heading back, I have opened a whole host of tabs here. Let's close all but this. So, create crumpled paper on current screen is going to use the let's call this locator to fit the naming scheme I've previously used. Once again, if you mean the same thing, use the same name. So this is going to grab the screen on which the locator is located. Find. Would you believe it? I've already forgotten how I call it. Underscore instance. Parentheses around it. Somewhere here it is going to be determine screen. There it is. Keep that open because I'll be coming back to the parent in just a moment to move the functions to it. So, use the locator to determine the screen the locator is on, and then we just create crumpled paper with that screen. And let's return that out. I'm not planning to use that return value, but it's better to have it than not. It is insignificant efforts to return something that you are not going to use, so that's quite good by me. Now, where shall we put this? Let's put it this. I like for functions that serve a similar purpose being called at a similar time to be roughly together. That being said, I don't know, it doesn't really matter, put it somewhere. I figure, try this. There. Wonderful. So, now the room handler in every room has that functionality, which means we can go to the objects drawing size controls. We can go back here and make a crumpled paper. Global room handler, create crumpled paper on screen. And we need to tell it which instance to use. It is going to find that the screen it wants to create it on is 0, 0, the only screen in the current room, but it's not important. You know, there is something that I find intrinsically funny about this concept of crumpling everything you don't want anymore, just crumpling it up and throwing it around. Aha! No! Ah, yes. I see. Of course, it is. What happened there was the crumpled papers are created underneath the other templates, which does not make sense for the simple reason that they are created at the base draggable depth, but the templates are already on top of that because there's a system that manages where each draggable is. Basically, its purpose is so that when you pick up one thing and put it down, and then you pick up the thing underneath it and put it down, logically with Euclidean space, the thing that you put down second is going to be on top of the other thing. I hope that makes sense so far. Which means that the things I've already shuffled around are going to be at a higher depth, so they're going to be visually in front of the newly created things, but that's exactly backwards. I would like to reorder them so that they are properly located. So for that, we are going to use this method. We're going to update all draggables on the screen, and I'm also thinking it's probably a bad idea to let the player just spawn infinite paper rolls. Possible or not, though that may be. So we should put in a failsafe for that. So, step 1 is going to be, after we create the paper bowl, we are immediately going to reorder it so that everything is in the correct order. Also, trying to think, in order to know how many instances there truly are, I mean, I've got a good bit of space. You would need to be truly determined to break anything like this. In fact, how about we do let you create the crumpled paper, but if there are too many draggables already on the current screen, then we pick the oldest crumpled paper, which is trash by definition, and we just silently delete it. That seems like a good compromise. Music, why'd you stop? Be less chill than that. Hello, AAA. How's life? How you doing? I'm just chilling, obsessing over things that nobody would really miss if I didn't do them. You know, standard game development stuff. So, we need to. The thing is, how do I determine what is the oldest? I think I've got a pretty good idea. So, the room handler has a list of draggables. Oof, man, that sucks. Yeah, asthma attack, came home at the stomach, but well, I'll happily keep you company. I know that sucks pretty hard. I personally, I'm doing quite well, but it was just the start of this year, very start of this year, I went up to like 39 degrees fever. I was very seriously considering the ER, although at the time there's a very good chance that it was actually a bacterial infection, so antibiotics would have worked, but at the time I thought it was just a very intensive viral infection. So it was literally like a week that I just could barely do anything. I barely ate. I could just exist. So I know that feeling all too well. It sucks. Well, yeah. Good luck, my dude. You'll get through this, I believe. Sorry, I'm laughing at the absurdity. Sometimes life just hits you, doesn't it? You gotta laugh, because what else are you gonna do? So, the room handler maintains a list of all the draggables on a given screen. That's what this right here is. So, determine screen coordinates, then grab the draggables on that screen out of that. So, we can use that. We can use this list of draggables, this array, and I figure we can loop through that, find the first paper ball, and just delete it. Another alternative would be to separately track what paper balls exist, and if there are ever too many, then delete the first one. But I would like to reuse the data we already have. So, consequently, we're just gonna steal this. So, steal that. Now we have the draggables on screen. For that, of course, honestly, I might be overcomplicating this. Of course, I can also just use the find ins. No, I made a script like this. I know that I did. Because GameMaker has methods to tell you all the instances that exist in the given room. Now, all of them are not going to be on the same screen, but I think, you know, it's good enough, because on the screens that are, sorry, in the rooms that are multiple screens, I figure there is going to be there's going to be a limited amount of crumpled papers. This is going to be just an issue for the smaller rooms, so it's fine if we just look at the entire room. So, instance list, no, object list, yes, while I try to remember what I called this frickin' function, let's take a brief tour. So this is Hit Idle. This is my first big game. I previously made, like, obviously I made an Asteroids clone, just following along the tutorial. And the first game that I released, that was just on GX Games, was a dialogue-only game, in the sense that it's just one scene, you are in a dialogue, and it's chill, it's relaxing. So, yeah, I'm pretty newish at this. I've been developing on Hit Idle for 2 years, just about. 2 years, less 1 month, just about. This isn't my first foray into developing. I am also a professional Java software developer, so I also know what I'm doing when it comes to code, though GameMaker is something different. Trying to learn Python so I can do stuff like this too. Yeah. I will give you one thing. It takes a lot of time, but you'll want to put in a lot of time. Or more specifically, it takes as much time as you give it, right? I put in a lot, but that's because I want to. You can totally make games off of, like, some hours on the weekend. That's going to work. And I think you should. Everybody's got something in their brains that if they get it out, it's gonna be a wonderful thing. I am phrasing stuff terribly, but I think you get what I want to say. Myself, like, I always thought about, I want to make games someday, if I could. And eventually, thanks to pep talks from people that people in the industry that are already making indie games, and pretty much there's nothing stopping you, just do it. Yeah, it's not going to be perfect at first, it's not going to be the next Cyberpunk, but you can make it with the things that you have. It'll be good. Old school dungeon crawler from the 90s. Oh, that sounds neat. So, what Hit Idol is it's a idol club management simulator where you are a high school teacher with managing an idol club, um, which is highly music themed. There are 4 puzzle mini games. Here we can make a song for the band. Want to make a horror-ish type game. Oh, yeah, that sounds interesting. I find horror especially is very suited for small experiences, right? I frequently watch Manly Badass Hero, and a lot of the games he plays are like half an hour long at best. But they still work because just a little bit of a thing that gives you the creepies, that's enough. So here's the Idol Club. There's actually 2 more. My style is extremely cute, twee with pink hearts. Everyone's having a good time. Basically, at the time that I started this, I think what's it called? Needy Girl Overloads? It's something like that. That game where you have a streamer and you push them to get the biggest audience, um, and you have to abuse them until they turn dark in the mentals. I didn't want to make something like that. I wanted to make a game where you have idols and everyone has a good time. Do special effects makeup, the full film production. Yeah, I mean, you could do live action parts or like photos of your special effects experience. I don't know. Certainly, I am not an artist, which people keep telling me my art looks great. I've also put in a lot of effort. There's so many hours in all of these pictures. But I basically did not draw until this game. Incidentally, this is the minigame where you draw with crayons because your club budget is no. So you use what you have to make posters for the band. I know a bit of Python. I'm gonna say like anything works to make games. I know that there is Godot doesn't work on Python. Let me drop you a link real fast. How's it gonna work? It's gonna be... Actually, I need to very quickly check what the proper link is. Anyway, there it is. This is just a very surface level overview. No, it's fine. I love talking while I'm doing this. So that's a very surface level overview, of course, but like you can use Python. Hey, thanks for the follow. You can use Python, you can use Godot, you can use Game Maker, you can RenPy, I know, is a Python-based framework, which is, I think, specialized in visual novels. Hell, you can use RPG Maker. Like, a lot of games are made in that. So, really, the question is just, what do you want? And there's also Unity or Unreal, but I don't have a lot of experience with those. Here's the Hop, Step, Smile minigame, where you make a dance routine. And in each minigame, I tell you some things that the solution should have, but the entire point is I want you to be creative. I don't want to limit you too much. So, let's see. How hard is it? I would say it's probably more of a horizontal step. Like, as I said, I mainly program in Java for my job, and when I want to make a project for myself, I also use Java, but like 90% of it is similar. I like to say that all code languages rhyme, they've all got similar constructs, they all use similar words, and usually if you can describe what you want to do in English, then you can write it in code. So GameMaker is also very powerful. Its biggest limitation is by design, it only does two-dimensional games. You can do 2.5D, or you could make a pretty good isometric game, yeah, like Diablo. It absolutely can do that, but it doesn't do true three-dimensional because it's not meant to. If you're just starting out, it also supports a visual style where instead of writing code, you have these like building blocks and you stick those together. I never messed much with those, but it's something that you can do. Just basically, what I would recommend is don't overcomplicate it to start with. Make something small, make something tiny, get a tutorial, make an asteroids clone, then make a thing like this. This is this, I called it Kern, links in my Discord, #shill. Let me just dump the link here if you want to look at that. I made that specifically because I thought, I want to make a dialogue system. I want to learn how that could work. So I made that. Just make a small thing that isn't going to take you years. I've made a mistake on making my second project this big because small is legitimate. Doesn't need to be huge, it doesn't need to be a 40-hour epic experience. But let me ask you what I will gladly answer. That's what I want. Yes. So get instances, crumpled, object, equip all. This is difficult because everything takes so long to complete. You could get a game that takes years. Years of your career, you're not getting a lot done. How does that play into it? Well, to be clear, I am doing this beside my day job. I'm still working and getting paid. Absolutely. The one thing I would tell you for sure, keep your job until you're basically until you already have the pay, which sucks a little that you kind of have to do both simultaneously until you're sure that games can pay for it, but it is a much more responsible move than betting on games feeding you. But that aside, I mean, that's also why I recommend keeping your scope in check. I am one person, of course. I can only do as much as I can. I have very recently, I've recruited an artist whose talents may prove very useful, but in total, Hit Idle is going to be maybe 1,000 hours, and this is already very big. I would recommend that, especially starting out, you make stuff that you can finish in a bit of time, in at worst 6 months. Also because you want to practice, you need practice. So if array length paper balls is greater than, let's say, 10, then delete. Sorry, I'll get to you in a sec. Just want to finish this real fast. Paper balls 0. Delete the first one. Yeah. I work in IT currently, but don't do coding. Want to learn Python just as a change. The games are cool to do on the side. Something to move around in career. Do I think making games on the side is good money supplement? That's a very difficult question. Ed. I'll just be here coding. Be here coding until you come back. I wished I didn't have to run ads. In fact, I don't. Twitch does. So, instance destroy paper balls 0. Yeah. There we go. That is going to make sure that there are only so many paper balls on screen at any given time. So, let's give this a try. It crashes. Oopsie. Why? Because I'm a dumb and I use the wrong variable. Don't get any impression that I am competent. Yeah, sorry about the ads, but basically, either I let ads play during the stream, which is done automatically from Twitch, or I have to accept pre-rolls, and this is the better solution. So, as to your question, is making games on the side good money supplement? That's a very rough question. I think... Oh no. I did a bad. I think... No? Or... How do we put this? I do intend to sell Hit Idle. It is going to be on Steam. It will be sold for money. But you need to be careful on your expectations there, because especially for small indie titles, but you basically need to be okay if you sell 0 copies. It might not be literally 0, but you need to be fine with that. Obviously, I'm hoping that it's going to be slightly more than 0, but if I sell 1 copy and I can buy a chocolate bar from Hit Idle, I'm going to be happy. That is how your expectations do have to be, unfortunately. Now let me... Why is this not alright? Or what am I doing wrong here? So, of course, there's always the chance that it works out, like Lethal Company, Five Nights at Freddy's, Balatro. You know, indie games do keep taking off. It's just, you need to be aware that these are the very few among very many. But that's no reason not to try. Making games just should be your... it should be an intrinsic motivation. You should make the games that you want to exist, so that they do exist. That being said, it is a very good investment into yourself. Like, there are very few better skills to show off than I know code. And I didn't get into the industry like at age 16 and got a small coding job and stayed there all the time. No, I actually got into coding pretty late in my life, I would think. Well, at 25 was when I got my first coding job. And it was difficult, sure. The old, everybody wants people with experience. Nobody wants to give people experience. But why is this not an array? But what I'm trying to get at is, even if you don't get rich from the games that you publish, you're still going to learn, you're still going to get skills, and those are going to be very valuable. And coding is extremely valuable. Being able to show this off, like, I always, this is probably not going to show very well, but no, it kind of shows. I always keep my phone's browser on a website that I made, because that is such a powerful weapon in an interview to just whip out, yeah, this thing that I mentioned on my CV, here it is, doesn't it look cool? And being able to quote and show off projects like that, that you built a thing, the interviewers can look at it, or like, they can look at it during the research period when they're looking at your CV. And you've done projects, you've pulled through, finished them, and you've put them to a high level of quality. That is very impressive. Yeah, I mean, don't let me discourage you, like, let me say, it's never too late. Hell, when I was in college, sure, most of my classmates were around my age, but there were absolutely older people too. It's never too late to do a thing that you're passionate about, and careers can change even later on. And hey, if it doesn't work out, you've still made something pretty. So I want to see, is this draggables? Why is this not an array? Let's see it. Create two. Yeah, absolutely. Cataclysm. Whoops. It is right here. It is, because I'm a huge nerd, I compiled all the materials in World of Warcraft, Cataclysm, and Wrath of the Lich King, and put them on a huge website. And, it doesn't take a ton. It just takes love and attention to detail, because this was a work of like a few months, 2 or 3 months maybe. Yeah, it's less useful than I thought it would be, because I have not farmed materials once in Cataclysm. That's just not how Classic works anymore. All the materials are farmed by bots, not by actual players. Farming materials is a waste of your time. And I don't even do GDKPs, because I don't want bought gold. But if you just play dailies, then you're going to get a lot more gold than you're going to get farming the same stuff that bots are already doing. So it was a bit of wasted effort, but hey, it's pretty, I like it, I have referenced it a few times, and if you like it, really, what more do you need? So let us stay on topic, however, or I need to not get too distracted. That's not blaming you, I'm blaming myself. I do need to keep working here. So if we spawn too many paper balls, then inside Game Maker, don't worry about it. If I get distracted, that's my own fault. So what is draggables on screen? It is undefined. Ah, yes, of course, draggables. Undefined is not an array. I think that much is clear. So let's have a peek. What does draggables look like? Like, where's the error here? Draggables does have... Ah! Yes, of course. See, I previously showed you... Oh, this is silly. I previously showed you this method. Guess what the string is used for? This is used to access the draggables array, or the draggables struct. So yeah. So basically, I don't know if you understand like any code words, but this is an object, it's a struct with x and y as fields, but this function expects a string. So we need to give it the formatted string so that it will properly locate the draggables, the paper balls that are on the current screen. So from there on, let's give it another try. Spawn a bunch, spawn a whole bunch. There you see, it deletes them as you go. Now, that's pretty cool. Let's just go ahead and put that somewhere on page. Locator defines what it is. Yeah, what this does is locator is just something that's on the screen where I want to find these draggables. I pass this to determine screen, which basically takes the x coordinates of the locator, and what this does is it just it finds the top left corner of the screen that locator is on. So in this case that is 0, 0, because locator is somewhere within one screen width of the top left corner, so that's just 0, 0. And it does the same thing for the y coordinate, and then it puts that into a little object that just knows it has an x and y. And then what this here does, this is a pretty technical thing, I have to admit. This is called a template string, so it just writes it out. So it goes y is the screen's y coordinate and x is the screen's x coordinate. So the end result is y0, x 0. That's the return value from this function. And that's what exactly is inside the string doesn't really matter. I just need a specific unique string, which I then use to identify which screen am I on. And then, yes, so what it does is it randomizes, well, it always puts it on the side edge. So it randomizes the y coordinate from somewhere along somewhere from the middle of the screen to the bottom of the screen. It puts the paper ball somewhere on the y-axis, and then it also randomizes an x-coordinate so that it's like a little bit closer or further from the edge. This is very technical for just putting a paper ball on the screen. So then what results is when I create a crumpled paper ball, here, it picks that it should be on the right edge, it picked a random y coordinate and a random x offset, and it does so every time that I create one. Now, that's cool, but right now you can't throw the paper balls. That is unacceptable, because the entire game is built around drag and drop. So you've got these photos, you pick them up, you put them in a slot. That's pretty much the entire game. You pick up photos, you put them in slots. Then you pick up band names and you put them in slots. The game is made to be used with the mouse only, which is why, well, there's no keyboard input. At least you don't need a keyboard. So that is how the game controls. Now, object playback control. Remember, I want to go back here, and I also want to create a crumpled paper on current screen, and then we give it the ID. Basically, this tells it the playback controls would like a crumpled paper on the same screen as itself. So we give it the ID that identifies the playback controls. So now it will also do that in Songcraft. Now, you're supposed to be able to throw the paper balls around, but that is going to take some code. So what we're gonna do, I very desperately need to use the restroom, so I will take my first midstream break. Gonna attend to that. After that, we can get to throwing balls, because that's a core necessary feature that needs to be in the demo. Feel free to, well, if you feel like it, stand up, stretch your legs, get fresh water, whatever you're gonna do. Don't go too far. In just a few minutes, I'll be back. See you then. Okay, let us continue. There we are. So, back to the main scene. There we go. So, for this, in order to throw the paper balls around, it's going to be quite simple. So, Game Maker has many flaws, but it does have some advantages too. Being purpose-built for 2D games, it offers some inherent inherent ways to help you with that. For instance, each object has an inherent X and Y speed, and each frame it moves by that speed. Now, no. How do we do that? We need to. What we need to do is, when you let go of the paper ball, I wanted to keep going at the same speed that it was just going. Fleshing out an idea for a small game. Yeah, I never actually responded to your idea. Dungeon crawler over Google Maps. That does sound cool. I don't know what kind of API there is. I'm pretty sure Google Maps is like just accessible, right? Like you can get it. It does sound like a cool idea. So, yeah, right. I also, I haven't done it in a while, but I am a VR enthusiast. So, I think it was Google themselves put out a VR Google Earth, where you can just both look at it from above, but also fly around the Earth. And obviously it's satellite images with the depth automatically generated. Yeah, sure, hit me. I love talking about games. So what we need to do here is we need to inherit the step event, because we want to track how the paper ball moved, so that when you let go of it, it keeps going like that. This probably needs to be a little more complicated, but game design 101. Just make a thing. Go with the idea that pops into your head to do what you want, and you can always make it more refined later. You can, if it doesn't work, then you can change it. What's important is that you can iterate quickly and try things, rather than being stuck in decision paralysis. So, previous x equals x, and previous y equals y. So, what we want to do? Idea just came up with. It's Halloween and a group of skeletons are trying to get to a Halloween party at Dracula's castle up on the mountain. I like that idea so far. Game is the ascending of the mountain by the skeletons, but the skeletons have to use their own bones as climbing tools to get to the top. Oh, careful not to use all their bones or the wrong bones. Ah, so would it be like building a tower? Kind of, what's it called? A world of goo, right? Or, no, just using climbing tools, like not building an entire tower, but tools. Yeah. That that sounds interesting. That sounds interesting. Resource management, seeing what you can get away with, finding the proper path where like there's several holes, but you can figure out like the max distance that you can reach so that you can um, fit, so that you don't need to waste bones. That sounds pretty cool, and that sounds pretty doable. I mean, obviously, like if you can describe it, you can make it. I would recommend just, you know, yeah, off you go. Um, I would recommend keeping it simple. Um, you can always add more, but like just try it for a start. Like um, at the start of Hit Idol, it was a single room which had one photo inside it, and you could pick up that photo and move it around, and that was it, right? So, um, see, just first put a skeleton inside a room. How do you want to control it? Do you want to control it with keyboard? Do you want to do it with mouse? With a combination? That kind of stuff. Then have a hole that you can put a bone in, and then how does it work? Can you grab onto that bone? Can you remove it? Stuff like that. Just in small pieces, really. And maybe just start with one kind of hole. You have like this many, I don't know how many ribs the average person has. You have like 20 ribs or something, and you need to get to the top without running out. And then from there, obviously, you can make it more complex. Instead of just ribs, you can have different bones, of which you have different amounts. And yeah, that sounds really cool. So, here, if not held, then return. So we want to track previous. No, I need multiple variables here. So I need to track what is the previous x and y, and I need to track the x movement that we have just performed. So then the x movement is equal to the current x minus the previous x, and same for the y movement, right? Okay, that sounds fancy, and that sounds like something that you can do in a small project too. Like just, there's a climb, you go to the top, and there you go. It can be like a 5-10 minute game. It doesn't need to be anything more, right? Keep it small, keep it something that you can quickly finish. Because every project you learn. So assign those to keep up. Every project you learn, and sometimes you just have to let one project be finished and then apply what you've learned to the next one. So that's that. Then we already have an override for set held, which is very convenient. If not held, so if we've just let go of the paper ball, then set the x speed. Sorry, speed. Okay, but right. This is called h speed. equals x movement, and v speed equals y movement. Now, this is not complete, obviously it's not, but it doesn't have to be. One more time, make a thing quickly, test it, try it, see how it feels. In fact, we have a paper ball right here. Can I drop this without it drifting? Yes. Can I throw it? Meow. Off it goes. So that's the basic idea. Now, obviously, that's not exactly what I want the finished product to be. Yeah, sorry. In fact, let's go to poster artistry so we can do it a bunch. Because on this screen there's just the one, although let me show off a thing. Because this room is just entirely one room, you can scroll around on it and see different instances. Which I think is very cute. And if we make some paper balls here, woo. Now, this is space movement, where there is no friction, they don't bounce at all. But this is already quite fun. So, what we need to add now is we need to add friction. Yeah. I think I want to have multiple images of the same paper ball, but mostly so that they don't all look identical. But yeah, we could also use that to make it look like it's rotating. I might add that, once I have multiple images. But so right now, what we need to do is, if we are not held, then we want to calculate, do we need to slow down? So slow down if, well, just call it slow down. Make a function which can then determine how much we need to slow down, because we are on Earth. Things don't drift forever once you let go of them. So, how this is going to work is... let's see, this is in pixels, and the screen is 1920 by 1080. This just has to be experimented with. I'm going to define some constants so that I can mess with it easier. Constant friction equals, I don't know, 6. And actually, I looked this up, and one more. Right here on the windowsill, I have a paper ball, which was my reference for the paper ball sprite. So if I throw this, right, it does slow down a lot as it gets slower, but friction doesn't depend on the speed that you're going. Yeah, right. It bounce, spins, bounce, flat. So I do want to implement that, but right now I'm only concerned with the speed that it goes. So air friction does depend on the speed that you're going, but friction, like on the table, does not really. Because friction with two solids rubbing against each other, that depends on, I don't know, I'm just gonna say the words, that depends on the strength of the normal vector, aka gravity. So that is going to be a constant. So let's try this with just constant friction. So 24. So whenever we slow down, we're just gonna say h speed is equal to clamping, no, plane max of 0 and h speed minus constant friction. And do the same for vertical speed. Try that. See how that feels. Now, that is extremely harsh. Yeah, I can't get it to move because, of course, it's slowing down by that much every frame. So, let's try somewhat reducing the friction. Every second it's going to slow down by 120 pixels per second, which is very drastic still. Yeah, okay. Let us find the correct order of magnitude here. This might be about right. So 0.2 pixels per frame. That might not actually work in GameMaker. Yes. Right. There's a problem, which is that numbers get rounded, and the way that they are represented in GameMaker. Yeah, weird stuff happens. That's funny. It's funny that they are speeding off like that. Okay, that way of calculating friction is not going to work. Okay. Alternatives. That will not work. Okay. Okay, I have an idea. Which is we're going to go back to the fraction of 24, but instead of calling this every frame, which is somewhat unnecessary anyway, we're going to use an alarm, which lives right here, and we're going to do this like every half second or so. So, if h speed is greater than 0 or the vertical speed is greater than 0, alarm set 1, game speed FPS by half. So every half second it's going to slow down, and likewise we are going to set this alarm here to slow it down. There. Okay, mate? Huh? Don't worry about it. This is very funny. It's a funny thing that GameMaker does. You see, I couldn't edit this event previously because right here we need to add the alarm 1 event. When I did it with a right click here, I added it to the parent objects, and I can't edit the parent from the top, like from the child. I didn't mean to, this is just a certified game maker moment. Game maker does very many things that are very funny if you're not the one suffering from them. So, now, let's try this again. That looks more like it. It's still like... new. It still kinda stinks, I'll admit, but there are ways around that. So, thanks to now only running this check every half second and using whole numbers, GameMaker is able to manage the numbers easier, where it's called a floating point number. If you use very small differences with floating point numbers, bad stuff happens. So you shouldn't do it. Yeah. So it stops pretty abruptly. I think I need to increase the... I need to increase the interval at which it updates. But this is just feeling it out, right? So let's say that we call this every quarter second, which is also going to make the deceleration harder, but here we go. Another thing that I want to do is I want to make this a rotating buffer. So what that means is I want to track like the previous half second or so of how the paper ball moved instead of just the last frame, because then it just lets go at whatever velocity it was in that instant. But that's not how it works intuitively, because you throw and let go and you expect it to continue with that same energy that you put into it with the whole movement, instead of just the very end of it. So for that, we are going to... there are multiple ways to approach this. We can probably what we can do, we could maintain a single movement that we add 1/30th of the current frame's movement onto, but that would not be perfect because it has to be able to descend by itself. But that's okay. Okay. Yes. Look at this. So what we're gonna do is we are going to use a constant for this. So that's gonna be movement buffer size is going to be half a second of half a second's worth of frames. The game runs at 60 frames per second. There. And each frame, before we do this, we need to be careful here, because the movement can be negative. Also, this is just assigning, so we need to put plus equals. So each frame we add that movement that we have performed, but it needs to slow down by itself when you are not adding on to it. So The cleanest way to do this would be to maintain an array, a list of each of the movements. What if you set the movement into 3 segments? Have the first segment move X or Y and flip and repeat for 2 more. That way it only moves designated amounts of movement. Yeah, I think I see what you mean. That is not exactly what I want to do. I do want it to like keep going exactly as you threw it. Where obviously a realistic paper ball is going to tumble a little and change direction. That's true. But I want it to, at least for now, I want it to keep going in the same direction. So, basically, if we pretend that this is always a positive number, then we can do, we can subtract X movement by buffer size. Nah, it's fine. And do the same for the Y movement. So the clean way would be to have an array of each like movement that we've performed in the past 30 frames, but this would have to be a sliding buffer, and that's effort, and I don't want to do that. Y movement divide by that. So that works for positive values. We still need to account for the negative values, for which we are going to just do this. So add negative X movement divided by 30. So that means that if X movement is a positive number, then we're going to subtract it. What? Don't mind me, my neighbors are being idiots. As they do. Wait. Actually, doesn't this just work as I've written it? Because if this is a negative number, then we have minus 5 divided by 30. So that's, or like, let's say this is negative 30. That means this is going to be negative 1, and subtract negative 1 from negative 30. That is going to end up in negative 29. That is actually what I want. Hooray, grade school math. I live in Switzerland, Fribole. So for me it is the early afternoon. Sorry, it's the late morning. That's the words that I wanted to say. It's 11 a.m. Because I found, like even before I started streaming, I would always just spend the morning programming, because I found that's when I have time and that's when I can concentrate well. So let's give this a try. Don't hate that. That's pretty good. That isn't. Yes, there is that issue where if you whip it around real fast, hey-ya, it is going to move in random places. Let's think. Options for that. Well, if we use a sliding buffer, then there's not really much that we can do about that. Although it is also true, let's say I spin this around for a good while. Actually, that's not the worst. No, that is pretty bad. Okay, let's maybe try to be diligent and actually implement the thing that we are supposed to implement. I suppose. which is going to be, instead of doing this, because this has an issue, this goes towards 0, but it does so slower and slower. So if you charge it up, charge it up with a lot of movement, then it's still going to maintain that movement even after you stop. So that's not amazing. Consequently, what we are going to do is we are going to rename our variables, and these are now going to be arrays. Movement index is 0. Consequently, array create with movement buffer size and a value of 0 initializing. There. Initialize these, then then what we want to do is save the movements that we have done. Sorry, I'm being bothered. No, that's not important. Unimportant people sending me unimportant messages. So, X movements at the location of the movement index equals this. That there. And then we do the same thing here. So track what Y movements we have performed, and movement index equals movement index plus plus modulus movement buffer size. So we have a list that it goes through, it stores what movements it's done, and when it's at the end, it jumps back up to the top. Which means when we let go of it, we can find the average movement speed. So function determine speed, which is going to be movements. It's going to take an argument. This is a self-created, like a function that I made myself, because GameMaker inherently does not have type checking. It's a bit like Python in that sense, but I would like for it too. So I made this function that looks at the argument I've been given and makes sure that it is in fact an array of numbers. Obviously it is, but this is really helpful in helping you remember what things are supposed to be and make sure that what you're giving in is the intended types, and find out early before you use it and maybe it doesn't throw errors, and at some point eventually later something goes wrong. Hello Brent, how's life? I'm just struggling with making physics, which I very intentionally did not, but I want to be able to throw paper balls around, and that appeals to my goblin brain so much that I simply must do it. So this is a simple matter of array reduce. They offer something like that, yeah? But what they don't offer is an array index of method or a list of instances in the current room method. Well, I think there is list of all instances in the current room, but there isn't instances of a given object in the current room or a list of files. Why would you want a list of files in a given location? That's weird. It's not like this is a game and you might want to have a list of the save files. Yeah, Game Maker, eh? Sure is a program. This is going to... I need to look at the manual for this so that I get it right. This is a function that takes the previous, current, and index. So let us previous, current, index, and I'm just defining this inline because I don't care. I'm a rebel. This is going to return previous plus current. And as our initial value, we are going to give it 0. So return this divided by the movement plus first size. So this looks super complicated. All that it does is it sums up all the elements inside the array and then divides it by the size of the array. Super easy. So determine speed with x movements, and here we want to determine the speed with the y movements. Okay. Perfect. So let's give that a try. Now this is going to have some side effects in that if you hold something for less than half a second, it's gonna look weird. That's weird. It's not throwing it at all. Yes, because I am dividing by movement buffer size twice. That is, of course, not good. I mean, I can do it either place. I can divide it as I'm saving it, or I can divide it at the end. I can save an operation by only dividing at the end, so that's probably a good idea. Now, let's see it. It's moving a little, but not as much as I'd like. Consequently, I'm gonna try reducing the buffer size to like half a second, so that it still captures what you're doing with the ball, but over less time, because half a second is a time span that humans can be aware of. It's longer than you think. Now, next we really just need to mess with the friction constants. So let's say this is 12. An alternative solution is to have it actually bounce, so it only interacts with the ground or with the table at specific intervals, slows down a lot when it does so. But in order to simulate that, we'd also need to as it gets less energy, it gets less airtime. So bounces a lot, then it bounces a little, and then it's basically just sliding across the table until it stops. Man, this friction is really hard. Well, either that, or I am a massive idiot. Yes, I am. Glad we talked. I'm glad we talked. Because I am only assigning every second uh, frame, which means every auto entry in the movement buffer is 0. So it's moving at half speed as it's supposed to. That's not good. There we are. That's the shocking that I want. Hiya. 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 There we are. Now. Maybe I'm going just way too in on these. You know, the more that I look at it at proper size, the more that I like this trash can sprite. Is it? Of course. What's happening is when you throw it diagonally like this, it is going to stop in one direction and then it's going to slide out. Like, but you see, it stops vertically, then it slides horizontally for a bit. Which is valid in so far, but it's not what I want. So I'm afraid we'll have to do math. Unfortunate though that is. Because of course we don't want it to slow down by 12 in each direction. Right now I'm doing this very trivially. I'm just slowing it down by 12 on the x-axis and by 12 pixels on the y-axis, but that's not how physics works. Even with the super simplified model, it wants to slow down by a total of 12 pixels evenly across both axes. Now, there is a correct way to do this. It involves trigonometric functions and whatnot, but actually it doesn't need to. All that we really need to do is we need to distribute how much it slows down across the axes based on what its speed is on both of these axes. So instead of just doing the math properly with the built-in functions, we're gonna do a funny little hack, which is we're going to calculate the total speed equal to h speed plus v speed. We're then going to calculate the x friction as the total speed, so the h speed divided by the total speed. That gives us the part of our speed that is going horizontally times constant friction. Yeah? And then just to make sure this checks out properly, I'm not going to repeat this calculation as is. Instead, I'm just going to subtract the x friction we've already accounted for from the total friction. There we go. There we go. From here. This should be slightly more... I'm sorry? What? Listen, I was prepared for many outcomes. That was not one of them. What? What? Game Maker, please. Okay. We have invented Skyrim physics. Perfect. Yes, and I know what it is too. Mm. I know exactly what it is. So, what we need to do, of course, is I'm just taking vectors as though they were numbers. So h speed and v speed are going to have, they can be positive or negative. Negative y goes up, positive goes down. So I need to account for that, because what I'm interested in is their scalar parts. So that is going to be the absolute value of h speed plus the absolute value of v speed. There we are. So that's the total speed that we have. Then we also need to use the absolute value of our, oops, there it is. Absolute value of h speed by total speed gives us our friction, like the part of the total speed that is consumed in x. Now, with that idea, of course, I've been doing it weirdly, because yeah, why did that ever work? Yeah, these speeds can be positive or negative. So, consequently, we would need to maintain the sign as it is. For that I need to think for a moment. So, this correctly gives us the amount of friction that we want to experience on the x and y axis. In order to experience a proper slowdown, we want to move towards 0. That means if h speed is positive, we want to subtract x friction. If h speed is negative, we want to add a x friction, which means we could also do this proportional, of course, but don't wanna. That would introduce the problem that it would be very slow to reach 0. It would continuously drift by sub-pixels. Consequently, well, all that, we can use this with the sign. I'm trying to think of something better. I'm not. Can't think of something. Can't really think of something better. But that also means, like, how did this ever work, right? I'm not crazy. If this calculation runs as such, then what should happen is that if the speed is negative, it becomes a larger negative number, and it immediately becomes 0. Not insane, right? And that's exactly what happened. It was allowed to drift for a quarter of a second. Then, because it had a negative speed, it immediately stopped and went sideways, because its horizontal speed was positive. Okay. Now, As for how to make this happen, um, well, I know a way, which is using the absolutes and from there at the end putting the sign back on, and that might just be the best option that we have here. Alternatives, I feel like there has to be something, but I'm not finding it, because this would need to incorporate the sign of the speed. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Fribble. It's been a pleasure. Feel free to check back anytime. And good luck with your various ailments. You'll get through it, I'm sure. Okay. I'm certainly hoping that things will improve. Sounds rough. Well, I am making myself stuck in decision paralysis, so what we're going to do is we're going to take the total speed as a scalar and we're going to divide it up into x and y scalars, parts. And from there, what we need to do is pretty much we just need to if h speed is currently positive, then we need to take h speed minus friction and take the maximum of that and 0 and do the inverse. So you know what, I'm just gonna write it out. Greater than or equal to 0, then h speed, do it as we have described here. Else h speed equals the min of 0 and h speed plus x friction, and do the same thing with the vertical speed. Yes, pasta that there, pasta it's there as well, plus, and use the min there. I'm positive a more elegant solution exists for this, but this makes it clear what we want to do. And likewise, we want to keep checking our frictions if either h speed or v speed are not equal to 0. Equal is a scary concept in game making, of course, but here it is appropriate because like we are adding a constant value, and if we reach 0, then we want to kinda. If we reach 0, then we want to stop. Looking at the formula in the background. Yep. I am a dumb. I miscopy pasted. There. Now it should be correct. By the way, this is why we write tests normally. So that you... Step 1. You have to describe what you want your function to do with which inputs. That is an understated but very important part of writing unit tests. Having to think about what it's going to do with which kinds of inputs, whether it can handle them, whether it's supposed to throw errors and whatnot. There we are. That's the kind of friction that I'm looking for. Beautiful. So, I'll have to mess with these values, naturally, but this is quite good. So, now, I can't believe I spent time making this, but now you can toss around the paper balls, and of course, did it slow down in time? Yes, it did. You can also throw them to different screens. Is that going to be an issue? Yes. As you can see. In fact, I might do something very drastic, which is, I think I'm going to literally insert a different layer just for paper balls. Which is going to have its own host of problems. But the way that I currently manage the draggables, that's a crash. That's bad. The way that I currently manage the draggables assumes that they all stay on the same screen as they started. A reasonable assumption when they are hard limited from ever poking a single pixel out. It is not possible to move draggables between screens. Trust me. It's not possible. So we have two options. Either abandon the silly throwing paper balls thing, or we have to make this work. Huh. Oh yeah, right. Right. Yeah. That's okay. I know what goes wrong with that. That in fact we might just be able to fix real fast. Or it may be obsolete. So, do we want to make a different layer just for paper balls to make sure that they are always on top? We might just have to. So, let's see. This would be the depths layers. Well, we can move stuff down. By the power of constants, I can just make room. Paper balls live at a depth of -200. This used to be like 100, 90, 80, 70, 60, until I realized that in Songcraft you spawn up to 32 times. No fake, that's still going to be an issue. Well, that's actually quite good. No, it's not. How many nodes could you theoretically spawn in Songcraft? There are 62. There are 32 slots. There are 14 nodes in the game, which means you could theoretically spawn up to 448 if you are really determined. Need to think about that some more. Surely no one's going to do that. But of course they might. But, well, no. The most that you can do, if you're like actively malicious and you hate good music, is like so. So either way, you can at most put 3 6 different nodes? Yeah, 6 different nodes on the same beat. At worst. And let us remember, 6 times 32 is 192. Meaning we do need to leave some more space between these. Just leave a wide safety margin. Because what used to happen is if you put too many nodes, then the way that they get reordered, they would poke into the end of minigame fade out. They would be on top of the dialogue. And that was bad. That was real bad. So, instead of that, let's just check that this is still working well. By the way, I implemented the text speeds well. Now you get a little confirmation telling you, well, the speed at which the text will move. It's all nice, it's pretty, it's in the settings menu. It's lovely. Okay. There. I suppose. Paper balls layer, off we go. Fortunately, this isn't as bad because there is precisely one place where paper balls are created, and it is right here. So we can simply do this. Then, with these now having their own layer, or like layer of layers, I feel like they're not supposed to have this many depth values. GameMaker probably doesn't like it. That's too bad. I don't like GameMaker either. That's a lie. I do enjoy this program. I wouldn't be using it if I didn't think it was the best for what I want to make. So let's not be unnecessarily rude. So, but for managing the draggables, I mean, having the separate paper balls layer is one option. Alternatively, of course, I currently have this system where I track draggables per screen, which is maybe unnecessary too, because if we can simply track all draggables in the same room, and what the room handler is going to do is it is going to look through whenever you pick up a draggable, whenever one is created, it goes through, it checks, and it reorders them so that they are in the same order as you put them down, as would make sense. If you put one thing down on top of the other thing, then the one thing is on top of the other thing visually. But we might not need that. You know? We might be able to just keep this as one single array. Now that we have sufficient space here in between the different layers. That is certainly a thought. Because if we don't, then we are going to need to have the paper balls layer, and hey, where do we go from there? Because of course this currently presumes that paper balls always want to be on top of everything. But is that true? Not really. You know what? Maybe the true answer is that this is a silly endeavor, and throwing them between screens is funny, but it's not fun. It's not good for the game. And they should just stay where they are. Maybe that's the answer. I do want you to be able to throw them off screen. But maybe not two different screens. Because what I'm worried about, is, first off, this is gonna happen, but yes, because currently paper balls are beneath everything. Oh yeah, that's just a whole host of different problems. Yeah. Right. That is a whole host of problems. So what's currently in my brain is maybe I want to limit the paper balls to the same screen where they started at, like everything else, but allow you to throw them off the table. Since every screen has at least one border with the table, that might be the better solution. Because otherwise, like, I need to be concerned with, if paper balls are draggables, then you can try to insert them into slots. I need to make sure that every slot that you could put them into, either the paper balls just refuse to do this, in which case we have an exception to general behavior, and that's ugly, and we need to make sure that it works everywhere. Or alternatively, yeah, we just don't do that. It would be slightly weird to have the paper ball limited to its own screen, but that might just be what we want. Might just be, with possible tossing off the table. Or we just completely scrap this concept of paper balls, right? That's also an option. That is certainly more than an option, because they're not gameplay relevant. They are just there to communicate that Butterfly has crumpled something up. It's part of a little visual gag where, in fact, we can show this off right now, I believe. This is in week 4, is it? I am reading my spreadsheet, which has the timeline on it, as though that told me what I needed to know. That is the concerts dialogue, which plays on day 29. Yes, right here. Right here, this line. Butterfly telling you that your desk is super messy and that she made some space. And if you're paying attention, then you note that the letter which used to be here is no longer present. That's it. That's all there is to it. Oh yeah, also the class essays. But frankly, that's not Butterfly. Like, she is reckless. She is certainly deserving of her catchphrase, "Don't worry about it." But that ain't her. She's not going to crumple up essays from her classmates or even herself. That ain't her. So I think we just wholly remove the paper balls, at least from the table. That would completely avoid all of these issues. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, so this is part of game making too. No line is worth a scene, and no scene is worth the movie. If something doesn't work, it's gotta go. So, create crumpled paper. Remove all of these, which are more a nuisance than practically helpful. There. Righto. That avoids all of these issues because that means the paper balls are just going to be... Sorry, wrong save. The paper balls are just going to be in Songcraft and poster artistry, where it's okay. They're allowed to be there, because when you draw something that maybe it would be best not to put on an idol poster. Look, a flower! Maybe you change your mind and you ball it up. Like, right? That works! That's clever, that's cute. There would also be a little sound effect when you do this, but that is good. And here, in this minigame, we have but a single screen, so if you toss them out, then I'm going to play a different funny little sound effect. In fact, okay, that works. While we are on that, this game has a rather specific color scheme, but I want to try in Songcraft. Everything is yellow, like cardboard. I want to try making this, the music sheet, white, like paper, because right now... Oh, that's not good. Ah, that crashes. Yes, because I've done things that are not intended. I will have to write enough exceptions as it is. So what happened is the Songcraft room handler has a method which is called onDraggable picked up. And so far, the only draggables in this room were notes. Hell, we can also argue here, of course. Maybe we don't crumple up the music sheet at all. Maybe it only does that in poster artistry, making the paper ball the world's most expensive tiny visual gag. Maybe. Maybe. But what I can certainly do here is, instead of making this specific to object node, I just want to check if it is a paper ball, then ready the music sheet. If not, unready it. I also want to make sure that in Songcraft, where we have slots that you could theoretically put a paper ball into, because it is a draggable, once again, I need to avoid that happening. So, options for that. Oh, pretty simple, really. Options are to go to the paper ball and instead of allowing it to find a slot to put itself into, we just don't. Make sure it will never attempt to insert itself into a slot, for which there are more elegant ways, but I could here check, is it a note, in which case ready the slots and make the music sheet ready to receive the note, or if it is a paper ball, then don't do that, in fact disable every slot. But what I think I'm gonna do, because the paper ball is never supposed to get a slot. So we are going to, in the paper ball, we want to override this function right here, get slot under, and make sure it don't go anywhere. Even if there is a slot under, you don't care, you're not supposed to go in it. Now, I've got a few more things to clean up. First off, now that the paper balls once again are regular draggables, we can remove the paper ball layer. As much as I hate that, it shall be gone. There we are. But I think I'll keep the layers as they currently are. So, from here, we are going to, that means that the draggable rearranging system properly manages the paper balls. And that means from here we can two things want to happen. Is I do want to implement the, let's see if this goes through the microphone. It does not. We want to implement the bounce of the paper ball, which is going to be super simple. Really is. As it slows down, it's just going to play a slowing down sound. And I wanted to say I want to give it logic. Yeah. When it leaves the current screen, I want to make sure that it keeps going and that it then plays the dropping of table sound. So for that, we're going to add an event. I believe this is just an event that exists. Outside room. Yes, game maker. Event outside. This should be what we want. Event or event outside. Well, the manual is, as per usual, not terribly helpful, but I think this is what we want. leave that for later. Leave that for later. Right now, what I want to do is, when we pass a given threshold, which is going to be just some list of speeds, we want to play a sound. The problem with that is, of course, that this is not as simple as it is said. Well, we do have the total speed. So what we can do is we can calculate, did the speed drop below 10 total pixels per frame, and so on. And then we can play the funny noise, just to make the soundscape a little more convincing. And in fact, for that, we actually don't really need to do this all complicated like, because we know that we are going to reduce our total speed by the amount of friction. So we always know that our total speed, if it is above the next threshold, it is going to, well, if it is above the next threshold minus 12, then it'll trigger, then it will cross that threshold, because we always reduce it by 12 pixels. So for that, let's try it this way. Sound threshold, and we're gonna just make this 0 initially, because when we let go of the thing, when we let go in set held, we want to make the sound threshold equal to, let's say 2/3, or do we want to make it, no, I do want it to speed up, bouncing multiple times, because it loses energy, so it bounces faster the slower it gets. So yeah, let's make that this by 2/3 times 2/3. There we go. Then, if total speed is less than or equal to sound threshold plus constant friction, then we are going to pass the threshold as we go. Yeah? So we want to play funny sound, and we want to set the sound threshold to be equal to the total speed, or make this sound threshold times 2/3. There. That's simple, but it might just work. Now, where's the funny sound that we want to play? That is hiding in the power draggable, because when we drop it, we want to lay the sound effects. So that's pretty much what we want to do here. just gonna go with the drop sound for now, which is a very subtle paper ball dropping noise. See how that feels? So, from there, we want to make a paper ball and... Did you hear that? That's not perfect yet, but that is pretty good. That is the kind of behavior that I want to that I wanted to do. So from here, it is pretty much just a question of from here, it is just a question of messing with the numbers. I think I am going to remove the initial drop sound because, of course, when you toss it, it's not gonna make any noise until the first time that it impacts. So, from here, I also want to test in Songcraft. Did I do this properly? Did I ever? And I know what I did wrong. It's super embarrassing. I didn't change this type assertion. So, these are going to be object are draggables. And we only want to if yes, yeah. Draggable object index is, if it is a node, we want to do this. Otherwise, don't. And in the onDraggable drop method, this isn't strictly necessary, but I'm going to do it anyway, just to be cleaner. Yeah. Okay, so as I've promised, go to the paper ball, make its drop sound actually nothing, so that it doesn't play the sound immediately as you drop it, but as it bounces, it plays that noise. Okay, let's give it a try. Spawn a paper ball. It can now be properly picked up. And if I try my absolute darndest to insert it, it does not. It will never attempt to find a slot to put itself into. The playlist went to the main menu music. That's funny. I was very confused for half a second. So, from here. Yeah, I want to try what if this music sheet is paper, because it doesn't make sense that we would have a cardboard-ish music sheet which turns into a pure white paper ball. So let's do that. I am just going to do that like with the full-sized sprite immediately, because changing color is not exactly something challenging. I do need a good place to steal the border color from, though. Let's see if we can find one. You'll do. Steal, store. There we go. I should really memorize that color, but I'm not gonna. So, on the paper layer. The main body is white. That makes the orange border stand out a lot. There. Sorry for blinding you. And just transfer that to the small version of it, so that everything is perfectly in sync. Which color do I have selected? It is pure white. Very good. Border color. Boop. There we are. Okay. Color scheming is something I would like to look at still, because yes, I do have very consistent colors, but they're kind of just whatever I felt like at the time. There's not much particular logic beyond this is paper. It's the paper color is for things that are more permanent, where things that are more changeable are cardboard. Like this. Not that this is kind of just yellow. It doesn't look much like cardboard to me. Anyway, you know what? I was planning to get a different sound to indicate that the paper ball has landed on the floor of the table. I might not even need to, right? If you just toss it and then off screen it makes the bouncy noise, that might just be enough. Perhaps. Perhaps is what I'm going to say to that. At any rate, I would do this at a later time. So, as for right now, let us drink, let us think. Delicious water. So, we have successfully replaced the reset icon with a trash can, which I just really love how this looks. Yeah. I didn't like it at full size, but as with everything, you have to see it in the context that it will be. And at small size, this is perfectly well. I can... I don't think that did anything in OBS, because I'm already recording the game window at full size, but even swapping it to full screen, and my screen's pretty big, it is literally bigger than the camera view. Even swapping it to full screen, it still looks pretty good. The point of pixel art is don't blow it up too large. Now, from here, we have successfully added paper ball physics, and I'm relatively happy with them. At least, you know, I might have to change the coefficients some, but this is responsive, it is intuitive, it doesn't bolt off in random directions, so I like it. Ooh. Oh, that's something that I'll need to fix. Yeah, it is possible that you have a paper wall that is very partially off screen. That needs fixing. But that... Actually, we can look at that. What's happening is in Object Par Room Handler, This is right here. Move draggable to index. Because we are... When we pick up the draggable, we tell it to move it to a specific index, and then we shuffle it around in the depth array so that it respects the physical, logical order of draggables as they would appear on the screen. That is largely good, but it is now possible to pick up a draggable from a different screen, and I think there is a good solution to this. And you know what I'm going to do? No, I'm going to use the slightly cleaner solution. If in fact, actually, there is a very clean solution to this. We can say define if not defined for the screen coordinates, the draggables array, and there. That is actually incredibly clever. Like that. That is in fact going to take care of all of our woes. It's not a perfect solution. I can't put the paper balls back on the table, but honestly they were more of a nuisance there than they were helpful. But this will now make sure that if we try to access the draggables on a screen where they are not supposed to be, where we don't have an entry. Oh, that's funny but easily fixed. Where they don't have an entry, and it is just silently going to put a thing there. Really? No, I did it wrong. My bad, sorry, that's all on me. I got my order of arguments wrong. Yes, we need to put the array first because I was lazy, and the object that we want to check is optional. We can define if not defined. If we don't tell it which object to check, then it's going to check the objects that calls. Super simple. And because that is an optional argument, it stands at the end of the function call instead of in the middle. There. Now, let's see if I can still provoke that crash. Hiya. Hiya. Nope. However, yeah, ish. Well, I'll have to look at that later. It is fine now, but if you cannot click on a draggable, then it will continue to chase the cursor around, which is okay. It's not gonna break anything, but it is more than slightly unclean. Also, I want to remove this behavior where the paper balls stick to the edge of the screen because, well, they don't. They're not like normal draggables. For that, object paper ball needs to this is in the parent step event. Pretty much. Yeah, it just needs to not inherit the parent event. There we go. Okay. That way you'll be able to fully fling them as to your heart's content. Which will simultaneously, that actually takes care of the paper ball off screen issue. Oh. Oh. Sorry, my bee. I forgot one tiny thing. That step event of the Draggable doesn't just manage that it's not going off screen. It actually manages that the Draggable follows your cursor at all. Right, so we are going to have to steal that code. And, I mean, one could argue the cleanest way to do this would be to have like a Boolean flag, for instance. Have a Boolean flag or something of that sort, which tells us, hey, do we want to stick to the screen border or do we not? In fact, we could even do this more clever, and that does sound somewhat interesting. Instead of doing this calculation every time, every frame, we could calculate the frame that a draggable is allowed to be in, which for most draggables is going to be a just this calculation here, but for paper balls they can be like kind of wherever. So yeah, I like that idea. I like that idea a whole lot better than duplicating code. So this is also one of the literal first pieces of code that I've written for this project, so I am somewhat happy to be able to update it. And as such, we're going to need 4 coordinates. This x, well, left boundary, we call it, equals calculate screen x plus sprite width by 2 plus 6. Because this is a terrible idea, by the way. I would like to ship this program relatively soon, within this month. Well, not fully ship it, not sell it, but I want to put out a demo, you know. So this is a relatively terrible idea to make changes this sweeping to existing code that does work. But I'm a man of terrible ideas. So here we are. At the very least, I am going to use bars. So now we can define the left and right boundary. For most draggables, this is perfectly fine. And then do the same for the top and bottom boundary. Well, you know, I would be more comfortable changing code if I had tests, but I'd actually try that. Like, I would have to build my entire own personal framework. Real quick, this is the top boundary. I'd have to build an entire testing framework inside GameMaker. And if I want to make a project large enough to justify that, I might just want to switch environments. Like, you can write tests in Unreal Engine, right? Right? Please tell me that the game design community has the concept of unit and integration tests, and it's not just all manual testing. And, well, if it doesn't crash when you do the same things you've always done, because you get paid by the test, not by the hour. If it doesn't crash, then the developer doesn't care. Different worlds. Where I'm from, yes, right. X offset and Y offset get set through these setters. Hey, don't make fun of me. These are just setters that set the value. Yes. Hey, don't make fun of me. Some Java habits persist, and for good reason. But yeah, where I'm from, I literally would not be able to submit code if it isn't thoroughly tested. We have a pipeline that has dedicated tests just to look at the files that I'm committing, and if I'm, for instance, if I'm trying to check in a new business object, you know, a new object class basically, then that needs to have a test. It needs to make sure that the basic stuff about it that always has to be true is. Like, it's properly mapped to the database, it doesn't do anything wrong. Stuff like that. If you don't pass those tests, your code is not getting in. Simple as. So, I would be more comfortable with a testing framework which would then tell me if I've broken something. It is not on itch or Steam yet, I'll say. I want to, within this month, put up an itch page. I can give you, this is, I believe, also linked, like, somewhere. You're in the Discord, right, friends? Yeah, in the links section of the Discord, you know, there's the Game Jolt link currently, which Game Jolt is what it is. I'm gonna say about that. The regulations I spoke of. No. What I mean is, this is at work. So, at work, obviously, our product is super big, and so there's a lot of people cooperating on it. And when you make a pull request, it has to pass a very long pipeline. Otherwise, you're just not getting in. And then you also need to pass manual review. And then there's also an even longer pipeline, which runs for about 8 hours every night. Right. That's what I wanted to test. Yes, that still works. Draggables still stick to the screen where they're supposed to. There's an even longer pipeline that you have to pass, or if you mess something up and the test fails, then we have a dedicated developer. It's like a rotating job that everybody in the company, or a lot of people in the company, take on sometimes. It is their job to watch these pipelines and identify who made the test fail. And they're gonna come after you and kindly tell you to figure it out and make a fix, and if you can't figure it out, then they'll help you. But many other Java developers working on a project at work, yes. there's a few dozens working on this project. It's hard to give a full estimate because obviously uh, we have the C-suite, we have human resources, we have it's called product owner. It's basically the person between the customer and the developer, where they take the most abstract, we want to be able to do this thing, we want to be able to do this process, and they translate it into specific, testable, and deliverable requirements for us. It's like multiple stages of translating from the customer into the code. And then we have developers, and we also have many other roles, but yeah, I'd figure 2-3 dozen developers, roughly. It's pretty big. It also does a lot of stuff. More on the 2 dozen full developers, I'd say. And support staff around them. Well, I say support staff. Everyone's important, and these product owners, they do crazy work. Sometimes I enable the calendar of one of them in Outlook just because I like to see the Christmas tree. Most days they have literally non-stop meetings from morning till evening, just talking with people and communicating what they're getting from the customer and back. So, what we need to do now that we have set this up, the paper ball is allowed to go beyond the screen. So we're just gonna do this. Left boundary is negative global dot screen width. Right boundary is 2 times global screen width, and same for the top and bottom. There, that is a beautiful systematic solution. It's a little bit of a hack. I mean, I don't like when individual instances are aware of these globals, but at least we are using the constants, and we are using the wrong constant here. Not that it would matter, because all that really matters is the paper ball is able to go outside of the screen. That's all that I care about. I'm just gonna really quick. No. No, 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 no. See, I've just broken it. That's the point. When you change things, they break. And then everything borgs. Need to figure that one out. But while we're here, let's just see. Can the paper balls, yes, they can move beyond the screen beautifully. So, what have we done? So, the way that we calculate the top boundary is our screen width plus our sprite height plus 6. The bottom boundary is the bottom edge of the screen minus our sprite height. Yeah, this is all right. So, I'm gonna try just undoing this real fast. Obviously, like, I've got source control, I could look in the old version. And I may have to, because Of course, this is strictly speaking a different file. Yeah. Yeah, that all checks out. So then tell me, why is it that the photo is able to break its containment? Hmm? What ideas? This might be a look at it later kind of deal. But I think setting this here may be bad. Setting this here may be bad. Let me just try a thing. Could initialize boundaries. That's true. Then just so that we don't do this math every frame. Calculate it as late as possible and set should initialize boundaries to false. There. Let's see if it's a question of timing. If the numbers are wrong because they are... Yes. Okay, so something happens that gives us the wrong result if we run this during the create event. And I have a relatively good idea of what that is. I think it may be game maker inherent, or it may not. It may be something with my code. That's the that the X and Y coordinates are not properly set. But here we are. Fixed it. There we go. Okay. So with that, I'm just gonna keep this code. Just gonna keep it. I do like that GameMaker just decides randomly what, like how big a tab is. Like, you agree, yeah? This is aligned. Okay, now it's on the same tab level. Wonderful. Okay. So, yeah, that is a little bit of a hack, but it's a pretty hack, which a senior developer at an earlier job once said that to a code change that I happened to look at. So that code is presumably still productive in that product. Presumably still in the code. You know, just in case you're too comfortable thinking the people who do this know what they're doing. If nothing else, I strive to illustrate how competent software engineers really are. Yes. So, but what else can we do? This is obsolete. The paper balls now have physics. That's good. We can check if this is still an issue. So the 5th idle dialogue plays on day 50. Do I have a save for that? I don't think so. No, because I've already saved after this. Do I have a save that I can get to it quickly? Yes, I have a save on day 43. So, the idea is this is a tiny little bug where there is a there's a dialogue when you recruit your 5th idol, in which Butterfly explains that you now have access to a helper slot because bands are 3 or 4 members. Whoops. I just did that wrong completely. Bands have 3 or 4 members. Like if you have a 5-singer band, you know, there are certainly K-pop bands like that, but at that point you're just getting in the shortest way, right? And no one's really individually being a star, which is why for a long time I have had the intent to have one idol be the 5th, have them be the helper. So when you recruit, say, Queen, we play this wonderful little dialogue here. And Butterfly is made draggable. You can just pick her up out of the band. Yes, that's not supposed to happen. And this even, I'm not going to do it, but this could lead to literal data corruption. Well, it's not that bad, but you could now put her inside the helper slot and then she would be simultaneously helper and band member. And that would just be all kinds of messed up. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the table room handler. I mean, it's not inaccurate to say that she is the helper because at all times Butterfly is your backup manager. She is the one who organizes the concerts, because it's not like these are full proper concert gigs. It's just she knows someone who gets you entry into the concert venue to play a little and get your name out there. And because teacher just does not have time to personally attend the concerts, she also always goes whether or not she is in the band, which is also why when you are bringing justice to your old foes, Butterfly herself can't do it. 1, because she needs to run interference, and 2, because that would establish a pattern. The entire point is that everybody has alibis. Well, at least they have plausible alibis, and everybody only does 1. So that you can have another mysterious disappearance at a concert where the idol in question was not present, and if they were, then they were clearly inside the entire time. That's the idea. So, but for this is super simple. This is the line rehearsal dialogue. This is not what we want. Here, 5th idol. Instead of making her draggable at all times, we want to check if she is draggable. So, just gonna see if I can find it real fast. There is a different function that basically makes her draggable if she already was, and if she was not, then don't. But it seems like I can't find it. Was it here? Did I just see it? No. That's okay. Restore. Restore. Restore draggable draggability is what it is. So, in order to do this, we need to, of course, extract whether or not she is draggable, because whether or not she is, she could be part of the band, she could also not be. But while the dialogue is playing, either way we want her to be locked in place. So we do want her to be undraggable while this is happening, and then afterwards we want to restore it to the same value. So our function call is just up here. This is the villains dialog. This is the 5th idle dialog. Here we are. So the script call needs to be to restore draggability with arguments of the band's butterfly photo, and we need to extract whether or not she was draggable at the time. Yep, make a comma. Whether she was draggable is just, well, obviously I made a function for it. Who do you think I am? Some kind of person who references the properties of objects directly? That sure ain't me. Okay. Now, let's just have a quick peek. It shouldn't have saved, so it should allow us to review that dialogue in perhaps a slightly in a debatable decision. I don't save until you change something about the bands. This does allow you to save scum and get the specific idol that you want. If you want to, like, whatever. But, so, she is not draggable right now, even though she is in front of the highlighter, and she continues not to be. Excellent. What else can we take care of? That's not good, that's okay. I want to wait on the artist for some of these points, because, if you didn't hear, I know a guy who knows a guy, and that second guy is a literal artist. Like, he studied art and everything, and then he went and got a job as a designer, making icons and marketing material for a software company. Art is a hungry business. But I'm not gonna promise the world yet, but that second guy is very excited to basically get an external motivation to do more creative stuff, and so he has agreed to try touching up my images. He also said that, you know, I've had a lot of time to work on these images, so it's really not that it needs much, just some of these, for instance, Crimson's clothes, they just look weird to me. So little touch-ups, adding a little more shading, stuff like that, just things that I, as a complete non-artist who has no understanding of theory, it just wouldn't occur to me. Doing little touch-ups like that. Okay, but what else can we take care of? Let's try this one. So this one is this one is highly optional, to be honest, but we have scrollable boxes, yeah? You can click the arrows, you can hold the arrows down, you can use a mouse wheel, you can even use your keyboard arrows. There are 4 different ways to scroll these, but you need to have your cursor on the box in order to scroll them. And that is intentional. But it was complained to me that that is a bit weird, right? So it's not as simple as just removing that check, because of course there's the settings scrollable box. There's also the credits. and then there is the saved games. And I don't want all of these boxes to respond to the same input. So, what is the plan? We are going to check not whether the mouse is on the box, but whether the mouse is on the same screen as the box, which is sufficient context. There are never multiple scrollable boxes on the same screen, and like if you're looking at it, you probably want to scroll it. It also so happens that you can actually have your mouse on the element that is the scrollable box, but it's not actually gonna do the thing because the scrollable box part is a rectangle inside of that element. An invisible rectangle. Spooky rectangle. So, for that, what needs to happen? It's these events among others. Yeah. In fact, it's just these events, because what I do when you press up and down arrow, it literally calls these events. It emulates mouse scrolling exactly, which wasn't even that complicated. And it means that instead of, having to give each element a step event where it checks, did you press the accessibility keys? If yes, call the same functions as we do here and duplicate all the code and do that. No, we just do the same thing. If you take one thing away from this stream, let it be, functions are great. If you, for each thing that you do, have one piece of code that does that thing, not more. Code duplication is unironically one of the biggest evils. It always leads to issues. So, but for this, I don't believe mouse in box is defined. No, it is. So we do need to maintain this function, but function mouse on same screen, which is just gonna say well, just like we just did for the draggables, I'm actually going to steal that code. Because that's basically the same thing. Yeah. Sure, we could recalculate whether the mouse is within, this far of the top left corner of the same screen that we are on, but we can just do that more elegantly, calculate it once, which is going to save precious frames. Say that jokingly. I mean, the less work that you make the user's machine do, the better. If this game does not run on like a literal calculator, then I will consider myself to have failed. It certainly should be well able to. It should also fit on that same calculator, because it used to be that all the assets in my game were 70 megabytes big. And then I applied compression to the audio assets, as is standard. Vorbis compression it's like MP3, it's just better because we've continued developing it, which is why it comes standard in GameMaker. You just need to pick an option, yes, do compress audio, and that means the CPU load is very slightly increased because it needs to uncompress the audio when you first use it. But in exchange, the game is now an entire 26 megabytes big, which is very cool. And it will increase in size as I add more sounds. Like, sound is 90% of a game's size, at least it should be. But yeah, I take that as a bit of pride, but I should not stop coding while I brag. I do take that as a bit of pride that it seems like the games industry has just completely given up caring about file size or internet usage, or that the game even runs on the specific hardware it was literally compiled to. Why do consoles still exist if they're just going to be the worst platform for everything? And also have all the same issues because they constantly want to do multi-hour updates. I don't know. Yeah, we've just kind of abandoned caring about all that, so I'm gonna do it better. I'm gonna make a game that is exactly as big as it needs to be, which is tiny, and it's going to run on anything at thousands of FPS, except it's going to run at 60 FPS, because that's another thing, you don't need 5000 FPS. You really don't. First of all, your screen has a very limited refresh rate. And secondly, listen, I'm not gonna say the human eye can only perceive 30 FPS. That is wrong. You can very much tell a difference between different frame rates. Comma, but. Comma, but. Comma, but there are diminishing returns, and well, the human can, like, your Twitch reaction speed is about 100 milliseconds if you're very good. And by Twitch I do mean there's a loud flashing impulse and you just need to press a button. So if you're gonna argue you need anything more than that, you really don't. And remember, 100 milliseconds is 10 frames per second. That's your reaction speed. Anything more than that, it's not the game to fault that you miss your parry, it is you. Sorry that I have to tell you this like this. But 10 FPS of course is pretty abysmal. There is also the issue that a lot of games don't properly process input if the frame rate gets too low. So that is a separate issue. And for that, it does make a difference. Like, if you have to wait too long for the next frame to process your input, that is going to make a difference. You know, if you've got a, I don't know, if you've got a half-second window, then the frame rate does change about that if you just hit it or just miss it. But this currently is not doing its thing. That is unfortunate. Why is that? So we initialize the boundaries to our screen X and Y and do it wrong. We do it in this wrong order. There. The right boundary needs to be greater than the mouse X. There it is. Okay. Now let's try this. We can scroll down the save games. We can scroll down the settings from anywhere on the screen. And the credits list has not responded. There. Beautiful. Likewise, it works the same with the arrows. Beautiful. Okay. And if I scroll around here, just scrolling down a bit, they don't respond. Okay. Beautiful. So, that'll be that, I think. Other than that, I think that's good. Because usually during my second midstream break, I go and look in the Twitch directory, as it is unfortunately already that time again where I need food and whatnot. But fret not, let us locate. I really wish this. I need to locate food and whatnot, but fret not, we shall locate a beautiful little stream that we can hop to. Is anyone suffering in Game Maker just like I am? Let's see. It does not look like it currently. Nope. Alright, how about is carbs on? Not currently. No. Okay, let's just find ourselves someone who looks handy, and then it freaking auto plays audio. Ah, I hate this. I hate everything about this. Ooh. Didn't I think I already rated this person. Yeah. Let's go to working orders. He's making a beautiful little thing, which is Hollow Knight and Spiritfarer inspired. It's just, I think their art style is really beautiful, but before I hype that up too much, thanks you so much for hanging out, watching, chatting, chilling, all the things that you do. As always, I will be live again tomorrow, 9 AM Central European Time till 1 PM. And hope to see you there. So, if you want the show to keep going a little, working orders, I really like his art style. It looks kind of hand-painted, kind of scribbly, but I always say style, consistent style beats fidelity. As I am hopefully an example of, my art is not complex. My art is in fact literally pixel art because that is easier. But making scribbles with specific art direction and keeping your style consistent, that is much more important than doing it at super high resolution. Which, it's also a little, you know, listen, I'm about to give a super hot take. Generative AI bad. I know. But AI seems to me to be hyper-focused on high resolution, like perfectly curved corners and everything and all that, and it's just completely missing the point. There's no contrast in those images. I literally made a tool that de-AIifies images
not because I want to use them, but just so that I can bear looking at them. And what it does is it greatly increases the contrast, so that the colors look like an actual human picked them. Anyway, that's aside. Yeah, let's check by with them. As for me, I'll be off. Thank you. Good day, good night, whatever time it is. Goodbye.